they had lived to their allotted age and had not fallen by the hand of man. This road has been lately made, and already great fissures in its outer edge show that it is quite ready to slide down the mountain. Large troops of monkeys have established themselves in this dark gorge, and just when I was in the most dangerous place they made a frightful noise, some trumpeting, some screeching, and some making a prolonged shrill whistling, yet I could only see one or two, though the natives who were building the road assured me that the tops of the trees were full of them. While in this deep ravine I crossed the equator for the third time since I entered the archipelago. I had now climbed up 1,400 feet during my short ride, and was therefore 2,100 feet above the sea. To the northwest there now opened out before me a long, narrow, gently descending valley, like the one I had left behind. In fact, this watershed is merely a transverse ridge which unites the Barazan chain with the chain parallel to it, in the same way as it is done by the transverse ranges in which the Merapi and the Sago rise. This appears to be naturally as fruitful a region as the Minangkabau country proper, and was undoubtedly included within the limits of that empire during its most flourishing period. This valley is generally very poorly cultivated, on account of the small numbers of its population. By the wayside were a number of coffee gardens. The trees were well filled with fruit, but they had been greatly neglected, and the tall grass was rapidly choking them. A few miles farther on I came to Lubu Sikping, where we were to rest until the next day. A native opziner, or overseer, was stationed here to receive the coffee from the adjoining plantations. He had not heard of our coming, and was quite surprised to see a stranger here in such a remote spot among the mountains, and not the less so when I informed him that the inspector was just behind me, and that I only chanced to be in advance because, from what I had heard of the road in the gorge, I had no fancy to ride through it in a wide carriage. He received us, however, like all the other officials, in the most polite manner, and was evidently glad that something had occurred to break up the dull routine of such a life of exile. It was market day here, and, as soon as I met some of the natives returning to their homes, I saw that they were a different people from those of the Minangkabau country, and the overseer told me that they are not natives of this particular region, but belong to the wild tribe of Lubus, which I should see farther up the valley, and that it is for this reason that this place is called Lubu Sikping. They now build houses like those of other Malays. They are better formed people than the Javanese, and closely resemble in their features the Orang Lot, or common Malays of the coast regions. Their favorite holiday dress is chiefly a bright scarlet. Half an hour after I arrived here the inspector came. He had found the road so narrow in one or two places that the natives had to push out planks beyond the outer edge of the road to support the outside wheels of the carriage, and I was glad that I came on horseback, though, when I led the vicious brute, I had to keep a constant watch to prevent him from seizing my wrist in his teeth. At 5 p.m. we walked out to enjoy the grand scenery in the vicinity. The level plateau here, which is 1,500 feet above the sea, is bounded on the northeast side by an exceedingly steep, almost overhanging range of mountains, whose several crests appear to be 5,000 feet above us. It was one of the most imposing sights I witnessed on that island of high mountains. Mount Ophir is just west of this place, and at sunset we saw it through a gap in the mountains near us, resting its lofty purple summit against the golden sky. February 28th. I find it much more agreeable to ride on horseback most of the time, because I can stop or turn round when I please, and the opziner has therefore given me a horse to go the next 10 pals. For all that distance the scenery was much like that described last night, except that the valley kept widening as we progressed northward, and, therefore, the mountains, being farther from us, were not so imposing. When we had come to the limit of the overseer's territory, another living in the next district met us and travelled with us to his little house, where we dined on venison while he entertained us with tiger stories. Only a few days before we arrived he had seen a tiger in the road but little more than a rifle shot from his house, and, indeed, the deer that supplied the venison we were eating had been shot in his own garden, where it had evidently been chased by one of those ferocious beasts. At the opziner's houses there is a regular price for everything furnished, and you order what you please, though one can seldom feast on venison, and must generally satisfy his hunger on chickens and eggs, and, to receive both of these different articles, he needs only to order the latter. In the houses of all officials of a higher rank than opziners it would be considered no less than an insult to offer to pay for your lodging. From this place I rode with the inspector a distance of 25 miles to Rao, the chief village in this valley. We had not gone far before we came into herds of buffaloes, which are more than half wild and said to be very dangerous, but the natives that accompanied us kept up a loud shouting, and the herd leaped to the right and left into the jungle and tall grass, and allowed us to pass on unmolested. The people here sometimes shoot them, but consider it a most dangerous kind of sport, for they say that when one is wounded, but not fatally, he will certainly turn and pursue the hunter, and, if he can overtake him, will quickly gore him to death. On our way we crossed several long, covered bridges, one of which was so low and our horse so unmanageable, that we came near losing the top of our carriage before we could throw it back. 2 or 3 of them were so bent down in the middle by only a buffalo and a native occasionally crossing them, that I was unwilling to risk myself in the carriage, and jumped out and crossed them on foot. One vibrated up and down in such a manner that I certainly expected at the next moment I should see the inspector, horse, bridge, and all, in the midst of the stream below. This stream begins at Lubusaikping, and, after flowing northwest to Rao, where it is called Sumper, it curves to the northeast, and, receiving tributaries during its course, flows until it empties into the Strait of Malacca. The coffee raised in this valley is transported in patatas from Lunda, a small village south of this place, over a high, difficult way to Ayar Bangus, on the west coast. Sometimes a hot simum sweeps up the valley from the south, parching up the vegetation and causing a severe illness to those foreigners who are exposed to it. The mountains here are much lower on the east than on the west, and, as there are no deep clefts in the Barazan chain here, as in the Minangkabau country, the Sumper is obliged to find its outlet to the east. The soil here is not as fertile as farther to the north, where it is somewhat higher, the elevation of this point being only 1,000 feet. Here we see the benefit of the transverse ranges that connect the Barazan to its parallel chain. At Bondial, in the next valley to the south, where we were yesterday, we found the bottom of the valley abounding in rich vegetation, though that was 300 feet lower than this place, because that valley is so short that the air has no room to become heated to a dry simuum, which can wither the vegetation as it sweeps along. It is, therefore, in this valley that the simum is formed, not on the high mountains that border it or on the adjacent ocean. March 1 St left Rao at 6 a.m., for we have another long day's journey before us. As yesterday, the road led along the bottom of the valley, but soon a range of mountains appeared before us, and we began to ascend along the side of a deep ravine. The rock here was exposed, and proved to be a soft sandstone covered with clay. Here we came to a third watershed 2,150 feet high, and could look back down the valley of Rao to the southeast. Its length in a right line, from this watershed to that at the gorge near Lubusaikping, is 30 geographical miles, but, instead of being straight, it curves to the northeast, and is of a crescent form, widest in the middle, and gradually narrowing toward the extremities. In its broadest part it is not more than 6 or 8 miles wide. We now turned to the northwest, and began to descend into another valley, that of Mondeling. Here the mountains are quite devoid of forests, and only covered with a tall, rank, useless grass, the Andropogon caricosum. At Marasipangai, the first village we came to in this valley, we found we were among an entirely new people, the Batas, or Bataks. They also belong to the Malay race, but have an alphabet and a language of their own. Each of their villages usually consists of only a single street, which is straight, and not necessarily parallel to the road. Here it was market day, and, while we stopped to rest, I had a good opportunity of observing them. The women generally wore only a sarong fastened at the waist and descending to the knee, the upper part of the body being wholly uncovered. As we passed, the younger women made up for this deficiency to the best of their ability with the scarf in which they were carrying their children. These young women have the odd custom of wearing from 15 to 20 iron rings in each ear, and as many more on their arms above the wrist. A great many persons of both sexes, and even some children, were afflicted with that unsightly malady, goitre, and had large swellings, generally on the neck, though I noticed one at the lower end of the breastbone. The cause assigned here by the Dutch officials for this disease is that these people have been accustomed to use very little salt, the iodine contained in that condiment being supposed to act as a preventive to the development of the disease. It is said to seldom or never appear among those Malays who have lived on the sea coast for several generations, and I do not remember to have seen a single case in such a locality. The marketplace was nothing but a shed, and here a few Chinese and Arabs were displaying cotton cloth, knives, and ornaments, and the natives had brought dried and smoked fish, which they catch in these mountain streams, also bananas, jambas or rose apples, and a kind of fruit like that from which the guava jelly is made. Rice is the chief article of food of the natives here, with dried fish and bananas, and a few eggs and chickens. From this village we rode to Kotanopan, our way again descending along a large foaming brook, in which the opziner of that district assured me the natives were accustomed to wash for gold, which they still obtain, though only in small quantities. Here we passed the grave of a Bata. It consisted of a rectangular mound, with a wooden image of a horse's head on one end, and a part of a horse's tail fastened to the other, the mound forming his body. At each of the four corners was an image of a nude man or woman. Over the whole was a rude roof supported on 4 posts, and around the whole was placed a row of sticks 4 feet high, and a foot or 2 apart, bearing on their tops small flags of white cloth. This tendency to ornament graves we have already noticed among the aborigines of the Minahassa. It is also seen, but in a more revolting form, in the Papuan temple at Dori. March 2d from Kotanopan we have come to Fort Ilaut, after a journey of more than ordinary danger. For the first 5 miles our road was very good, but then we found it completely overgrown with tall grass. So long as it was over the level lands there was little danger, but soon it changed to the flanks of a spur, thrown out by the chain that formed the northeastern boundary of the valley. There it became very narrow, and the tall grass completely hid its outer edge. Besides, our horse was wholly unaccustomed to a carriage, and only half trained, and every few moments took it into his head to stop so short that we had to hold on to the carriage all the time, or at an unexpected moment find ourselves going over the fender. The road was now taking us out toward the end of the spur, the ravine was growing deeper and deeper with an alarming rapidity, and I began to wish myself out of the carriage, but the inspector was unwilling to stop the horse for fear we could not get him started again. A Malay was guiding our wild steed by the bit, and away we were dashing at full gallop, when suddenly, as we rounded the spur, the road, which was cut in the rock, was so narrow that the outside wheels of the carriage were just on its outer edge, and from that verge the rock descended in such a perpendicular precipice that I could look from my seat in the carriage down fully 200 feet, with a boiling torrent beneath me. It was evidently too late to jump then, so I seized hold of the carriage, determined not to go off before my companion, the inspector, who, realizing at once our great danger, and perceiving that the only thing that we could do was to keep the horse going at the top of his speed, shouted to the horse, and, in the same breath, threatened to take off the Malay's head if he should let go of the bridle. Some fragments of rock had fallen down into the road, and our four-wheel, on the inner side, struck these with such violence that I thought certainly we should be thrown off the narrow shelf down the precipice. For 2 minutes we seemed to hang in the air, and then the road widened. I drew a long breath of relief, and then bounded out over the wheel onto the solid ground, before I could fully satisfy myself that, thanks to a kind providence and the force of gravitation, I was really safe. Riding along a precipice. The inspector said that he had traveled many thousand miles in Java, in all manners of ways, and through all manners of dangers, but was never so frightened before, and that he would not go back that way in a carriage for 10,000 guilders. If we had only known what we were coming to, we could have got out and walked, but it was already too late when we saw the danger. I determined to ride no farther in the carriage that day, and made our guide exchange places with me, and give me his horse. This dangerous place the natives call Kabajatu, where the buffaloes fall. Only a short time before, a Malay was driving a single buffalo to market along this way, when he shied a little, went off headlong, and was dashed in pieces on the rocks beneath. A short distance beyond this place we changed horses, at a little settlement of the Lubas. Their houses are scattered over the mountainside, and not gathered into one place. They are 10 or 15 feet long, and 8 or 10 wide, and perched on high poles. The walls are made of bamboo, and the roofs are thatched with straw, like all that we have seen since leaving Lubu Sikping, instead of a top, which is used by all the natives farther south. The officials here informed me that these people eat bananas, and probably most fruits, maize, dogs, monkeys, and even snakes, but never rice, and this is the more strange because it is the staple article of food among their neighbors. They are yet slaves to their Raja, just as the people of all the tribes in this vicinity were before they were conquered by the Dutch, for the Lubas, so far as we know, remain as they were in the most ancient times. Here I enjoyed a magnificent view of the active volcano Serat Merapi, the summit of which is 5,900 feet above the sea. It is not a separate mountain like the Merapi of the Minangkabau country, but merely a peak in the Barazan chain. From its top a jet of opaque gas rose into the clear, blue sky, while small cumuli came up behind the coast chain from the ocean, and seemed to settle on its highest summits, as if weary, and wishing to rest, before they continued their endless flight through the sky. When we again came to the bottom of the valley, we found what seemed to us a wonder a smooth, well-graded road, bordered on either side with a row of beautiful shade trees. All the lowland in this vicinity is used for sawas, and the rice, which was mostly 2/3 grown, waved most charmingly in the light wind, that reminded me of our summer breezes. The inspector, who was an old gentleman, felt somewhat worn out with such incessant jolting, and, as I had been traveling without stopping for 8 days, I was only too glad to have one day of rest also. At sunset, as is always the custom in these tropical lands, we took an evening walk. The many fires now raging in the tall grass that covers the lower flanks of the mountains have so filled the air with smoke, that when the sun had sunk behind the serrated crest of the Barazan, the whole horizon for 20 degrees and to a considerable height was lighted up with one unvarying golden glow. Here the Barazan is composed of 4 or 5 parallel ranges, which rise successively one above the other until the last forms the highest elevation in that chain. These different ranges were of various shades of color, that the nearest to us, or the lowest, being the darkest, and those above it of a lighter and lighter hue up to the highest range, which had a bright border of gold along its crest, and from that line to where we stood the air seemed filled with a purple dust. As the daylight faded, the fires in the tall grass on the hillsides became more distinct, sometimes advancing in a broad, continuous band, and sometimes breaking up into an irregular, beaded line. Soon afterward the moon rose as charmingly in the east as the sun just gloriously set in the west. First a diffuse light appeared along the mountain tops and whitened the fleecy cumuli hovering over their summits. Then that part of the sky grew brighter and brighter until the light of the full moon fell like a silver cascade over the serrated edge of the high mountains and rested on the tops of the hills below. An assistant resident is stationed here at Fort Ilaut, who has charge of this fruitful valley of Mondeling, which is wholly inhabited by the Batas. The territory between this valley and the west coast is also inhabited by this rude people. The resident explained to us the trouble taken by the government and the expense it was incurring, in order to teach them to read and write, and cultivate the land. One time the older children burned all the books given them by the government, supposing that, of course if they had no books, they would not be required to go to school. Earthquakes are frequent here, and, but a short time since, 7 shocks occurred in one day. All came from the south, exactly from the direction where the Serrat Merapi is seen burning. Most of them were accompanied by a noise, which preceded the shock long enough for the resident to remark to a friend, "There comes another," before the shock itself was perceived. Here we saw many hanging birds' nests, most ingeniously constructed. They were made of fine grass, woven into a mass having the form of a pear or gourd, from 8 inches to a foot long. The smaller part is attached to the end of a drooping twig, and on the bottom at one side is the opening of a tube about 1.5 inches in diameter. This rises vertically for 4 or 5 inches and then curves over and descends like a siphon. At the end of the short part of the siphon the tube is enlarged to a spherical cavity, and here the ingenious bird lays her eggs. In order to appreciate the remarkable skill required to make the nest, it would be necessary for one to see a series of them, from those which have been just begun to those that are nearly finished, for the tube which is to lead to the nest is not formed by blades of grass wound into rings or a helix, but is built up from a single direction until the 2 curving sides meet. Among the sawas are small artificial pools, where fish are raised as in China, a custom probably introduced by the Chinese themselves. After these shallow pools have been used for this purpose a year or 2, the fish are taken out, the larger ones sent to market, and the smaller ones transferred to another pond. The water in the first pool is then drained off, and its bottom becomes a fruitful rice field. In this manner the natives allow their land to lie fallow, and at the same time make it yield a good crop. March 4th at 6 a.m., started from Rau for Padang Sidempuan, at the northern end of this valley, which begins on the south at Marasipangai, where we first saw the Batas. All day our route has been in the bottom of the valley, at a general elevation of 1,000 feet. Sometimes we passed over gentle undulations, but usually over one monotonous level area covered with tall grass, in which were interspersed large clumps of shrubbery. In one village there were 2 most enormous waringin trees, under which the villagers had prepared a rude table. On this they had spread young cocoa nuts, and bananas, apparently the only kinds of fruit they had to offer. As we advanced, the mountains on our right dwindled until they formed hills, whose tops were only 500 or 600 feet above the plateau in which we were traveling. Before us rose another great transverse ridge, in which towered up the peak of Liburaja to a height of over 6,200 feet above the sea. It is the highest mountain in the Bata lands, as the Dutch call the high plateaus of Silindang and Toba, which lie north of this transverse ridge, and are beyond the limits of the territory subject to the government of the Netherlands India. Soon after we arrived, the controller received a letter from a Bata chief. It was nothing but a piece of young bamboo a couple of inches in diameter and about 6 inches long. On this had been scratched, with a blunt needle, characters of various shapes, quite intricate, but not having by any means the barbarous appearance of those used by the Chinese. The object of this letter was to inform the controller that during a recent rain a bridge near the Raja's village had been washed away. Unlike the Chinese language, where every character is a word, the Bada is an alphabetic language, and one of their own invention. As spoken by the various branches of this tribe, it differs only to the degree of dialects, and the language is, therefore, a unit. The religion of this people is a belief in evil spirits and omens. The place where their aboriginal civilization sprang up was probably in the neighboring plateau of Silindong and on the borders of Lake Toba. Thence they seem to have spread over all the area they now occupy in the interior and to the sea coast on either side. In later times the people of Minangkabau, or Malays proper, extended their power along the coast and made the Badas an inland people. The strangest fact concerning this people, who have come to such a state of civilization as to invent an alphabet of their own, is, that all of them, beyond the territory under the Dutch government, are cannibals. Those living on this plain also feasted on human flesh until the Dutch conquered them, and obliged them to give up such a fiendish custom. The Raja of Siparak assured the governor at Padang that he had eaten human flesh between 30 and 40 times, and that he had never in all his life tasted anything that he relished half as well. This custom has prevailed among the Badas from time immemorial. From Marco Polo's writings we learn that, as early at least as in 1290, they were addicted to their present revolting habits. Sir Stamford Raffles, who visited Tapanula Bay in 1820, was informed that anyone who should be convicted of the following 5 crimes must be cut up alive: for adultery, midnight robbery, in wars, where prisoners were taken, intermarrying in the same tribe, and for a treacherous attack on any house, village, or person. The facts which came to my knowledge while in this region, and the statements of the Dutch officials and of the natives themselves, entirely confirm this account of their customs and laws, except in regard to that against intermarrying. Such are yet the practices of the people in this immediate vicinity, and such, not many years ago, were those of all the people among whom we had been traveling for the last 4 days. Here, and at several other places in the interior, I have seen young trees of a species of cinnamon, Caumanus, or sweetwood of the Malays. Its leaves and bark have a considerable aroma, but it is not the true cinnamon of Ceylon, nor that of Cochin China nor China. Cinnamons of one or more species occur also in Java, Borneo, Luzon, and Maguindanao. As our carriage needed repairing, and both the inspector and I were becoming fatigued, we therefore rested at this place for a day. March 6th started early in the carriage for Lumut, in a westerly direction. Our road continued to ascend until we reached the watershed formed by the Barazan, and were 2,500 feet above the sea. We now passed out of the great valley of Mondeling, which is 55 miles long in a right line, but only from 6 to 10 miles broad. The descent from the watershed toward the sea is gradual, but the road is execrable and exceedingly narrow at best, and wholly covered, except a narrow footpath, with tall grass. Besides, our horses had never been harnessed to a carriage before, and, after many fruitless attempts to guide them, I said to the inspector that the only way we should be able to proceed would be to make the wild natives, who gathered to look on, haul us themselves. He replied that that would be perfectly impossible, for they respect no one but the governor. However, I noticed that they recognized our American as the one the governor had used in traveling that way once before, the only time a carriage had ever been seen on the road, and jumping out, directed our Malay attendants, who could speak their language, to say to them the governor wished us to take the American through to Sibaga, and every man must help us obey his command. This chanced to strike them favorably, and their Rajas detailed some 20 to haul us as far as the next village. I selected 3 of the tallest and fleetest and placed them between the thills, and ranged others outside to haul, by means of long rattans fastened to the forward axle, and a suitable proportion behind to hold back by a rattan secured to the hind part of the carriage as we went downhill. All being in their places, I jumped into the carriage. A wild yell was raised, and away we dashed down a gradual descent, as if we were drawn by a racehorse. The road became steeper and steeper, and we flew faster and faster. Those behind had evidently forgotten what was expected of them. Those in front, who were outside of the thills, dropped the rattan and leaped aside for fear of the rattling wheels behind them, and those in the thills shouted out all sorts of implorings and execrations against those behind, who seemed to enjoy the discomfiture of their fellows too much to hold back at all. When we reached the bottom of the long hill, the men in the thills were the only ones near the carriage. The others were scattered at intervals all the way down the hill, but were coming on as fast as they could. All seemed in the best of temper, except those in the thills, who gave a spirited lecture to the others, but at once all formed as before, and took us up the succeeding hill. The inspector was in constant apprehension of some mishap, but I thought we might as well be drawn by wild men as wild horses. Just before we arrived at each village, the Raja of that place met us with men enough to take us on to the next kampung, and sometimes we had 40 or 50 of them drawing us at a time. On the level lands they usually took us along at a fast canter, shouting and screaming, and leaping, as if they were half mad. At noon we came to the famous suspension bridge of Rattan, of which I had been hearing the most frightful accounts for the last 100 miles. At once I took off my shoes to avoid slipping, and hastened down the airy, oscillating way, without allowing myself to look down and become giddy at the fearful depth beneath me. At the middle it rests on the tops of tall trees, which grow up from a small island in the torrent far below. It has been constructed by first stretching across 3 large rattans. On them narrow strips of boards are placed transversely, and fastened at each end by strips of common rattan. Other rattans, starting from the ground at a little distance back of the bank, pass above the branches of high camphor trees that grow on the edge of the chasm in which the torrent flows. Descending from these branches in a sharp curve, they rise again steeply at the farther end of the bridge. From these rattans vertical lines are fastened to the rattans below them, exactly as in our suspension bridges, and thus all parts are made to aid in supporting the weight. At each bank the bridge is some 8 feet wide, but it narrows toward the middle until it is only 2 feet, where it vibrates the most. I had been directed to go over, if possible, at a hurried walk, and thus break up the oscillating motion, and particularly cautioned against seizing the side of the bridge, lest it might swing to the opposite side and throw me off into the abyss beneath. When I had gone halfway across the first span I found that one of the cross boards, on which I was just in the act of placing my foot, had become loose and slipped over to one side, so that, if I had stepped as I had intended, I should have put my foot through, if indeed I had not fallen headlong and been dashed on the rocks in the torrent more than 100 feet beneath me. I therefore stopped instantly, and allowed myself to swing with the bridge until it came to a state of rest, and then again went on slowly, and safely reached the opposite bank. My companions, who stood on the bank behind me, became greatly alarmed when they saw me stop in the midst of the long span, and were sure that I had either become giddy, or was frightened, and that, in either case, I would grasp hold of the side of the bridge contrary to their express orders. Hanging Bridge of Bamboo, Sumatra. The difficulty in crossing this bridge, which is as flexible as Manila rope, is so great, not only because it oscillates to the right and left, but because there is a vertical motion, and its whole floor, instead of moving in one piece, is continually rolling in a series of waves. An official, who had taken very careful measurements of it in order to make an estimate of the cost of erecting a true bridge, for this airy way does not deserve such a substantial name, gave me the following figures: total length, 374 feet, height of the middle and lowest part of the first span above the torrent, 108 feet, height of the middle and lowest part of the second span, 137.5 feet. The inspector then came over safely, and we walked a short distance to a neighboring village while the natives were taking our carriage to pieces and bringing them over one at a time. Although I am not one of those who allow themselves to be constantly tortured by presentiments and omens, I could not rid myself of an impression that some accident was going to happen to those who were bringing over the carriage, and went back to see for myself what they were doing. The wheels and top were over, and 6 natives were bringing the body, which, though quite large, was very light. They had already crossed the long span, and were coming on to the short one. Is it possible, I said to myself, that such a slight structure can hold such a weight at such a great leverage? We shall soon see, for they are rapidly coming to the middle of the second span. At the next instant there was a loud, sharp crack, like the report of a pistol. One of the large rattans that went over the high branches of the camphor trees and supported the sides, had parted at one of its joints. The officer who had charge of the bridge, and was standing by my side, seized me by the shoulder in his fright. As soon as the rattan on one side broke, the bridge gave a fearful lurch in the opposite direction, but the natives all knew they must keep perfectly quiet and allow themselves to swing, and, finally, when it had become still, they came on carefully and safely reached the bank. The officer and I both believed that the moment one of the rattans broke, the others, having of course to support a much greater weight, would also break, and that we should hear a few more similar crackings, and see all the natives fall headlong down nearly 140 feet into the boiling torrent beneath, which is so rapid that only a few days ago a buffalo, that was standing in the side of the stream above the bridge, lost his footing and was carried down without being able to reach either bank. The carriage was soon put together again, and a good number of natives detailed to haul us to the next village, and away we dashed along, and that fearful place was soon hidden from our view. From this point to Lumut our road extended over a hilly, undulating country, in which we crossed a number of small streams on rafts of bamboo. Lumut we found to be only an opziner's station. A Malay teacher is also employed here by the government, but the general appearance of the people has changed little since they were accustomed to enjoy their cannibal feasts, and this is true of all the natives we have seen this side of Padang Sidempuan. Most of the Rajas we have seen today have worn garments profusely ornamented with gold. The headdress of each usually consisted of a short turban so wound around the head that the two ends hung down in front, and to these were fastened small, thin pieces of gold of a diamond or circular form. They also wear short jackets which are usually trimmed with a broad band of gold, though a few had silver instead. At the waist is worn a belt on which is worn in front a large diamond-shaped ornament 4 or 5 inches long, made of thin gold and ornamented with flowers and scrolls. When at Rao, we visited a native who was famous for his skill in manufacturing such golden ornaments. The leaves which he made on them were remarkably well proportioned, and the details very correctly wrought in, and we admired his skill the more when he came to show us his tools, which consisted of a flat stone for an anvil, a hammer, and 2 or 3 large, blunt awls. Having beaten the gold out into thin sheets of the desired form, he made the leaves rise in relief by forming a corresponding groove on the opposite or inner side. In other cases he had formed the gold into small wire, which was bent into helices for ornaments to be placed on the front of such articles as buttons. At Fort Dakok this business is carried on so extensively as to form an important branch of the internal trade. The metal generally used there is silver, the coin imported by the Dutch, for we have no reason to suppose that that metal is found on this island. They make models of their houses, of leaves, flowers, and all the principal fruits, which are sent to Padang, where they find a ready demand among the foreigners, who send them as presents to their friends in Europe. We have just been honored by a call from the two Rajas of this little village of Lumut. The bands of gold on their jackets were 2 inches broad, an indication that the precious metal must be obtained in all this region in very considerable quantities. Ever since entering the southern end of the valley of Mondeling, I have been repeatedly informed that the natives obtained gold by washing in their vicinity. At Fort Ilaut the resident showed me a nugget, as large as a pigeon's egg, which a native had just found in a neighboring stream where they had certainly been at work for centuries. Washing seems to be almost the only mode adopted by the natives for obtaining gold, and I heard of only one place where they have ever attempted to take it from the rock. That place is in the mountains west of Rao. March 7th early this morning continued on for Sibaga, with the satisfactory feeling that this day would be the last of our long and difficult journey. The road for 10 miles led through a deep forest of gigantic camphor trees, Dryobalanops camphora, the tall, straight trunks of which rose up like lofty columns. From their high branches hung down hundreds of the cord-like roots of a parasite. The camphor oil is obtained from these trees by making a small cavity in the trunk near the ground, and the fluid dripping into this cavity is the oil. After a tree has been dead for a long time, it is cut down and split up, and layers of pure camphor are found crystallized in thin plates in the fissures, where the wood in dying has slightly split open. This is known as camphor barus, from Barus, a village on the coast a short distance to the north, because such crystallized camphor was formerly exported from that place. The Chinese and Japanese, who suppose it possesses the most extravagant healing properties, pay enormous prices for it, while, except that it is somewhat purer, it is probably not any better than that they make themselves by distillation from the wood of the cinnamon camphora. The camphor tree is not only valuable for the camphor it yields, but also for its timber, which is very straight and free from knots and other imperfections. This is a favorite region for tigers, and I have seen one or more skins at the house of each official. A short time since, an elephant came down here from the interior, but the natives failed to secure so valuable a prize. Herds of them are said to frequently appear in the Silindong Plateau. The tusks of one taken here lately were sold for 1,000 guilders, 400 Mexican dollars. On our way we passed 8 or 10 houses of Batas, who had come down from the mountains. They were placed on posts like those we have been seeing, but the gable ends, instead of being perpendicular, slant outward, so that the ridgepole, which comes up high at each end, is much longer than the floor. Over a number of these streams we found long suspension bridges, but none were high as that over the Batang Taro. Ascending to the crest of a mountain range, some 600 or 800 feet in height, we found before us a grand view of the high mountains, stretching in a semicircle around the Bay of Tapanuli, of the low land at their feet, and of a part of the bay itself. A steep, zigzag way took us down nearly to the level of the sea, and led us over the lowland to the village of Sibaga, a small Dutch settlement and military station at the head of the bay. Chapter 14. Return to Padang. Back of Sibaga rises a high peak, and from its summit I was confident that I could enjoy a magnificent view over the whole bay. A native engaged to show me the way to its top, but after we had traveled a long distance I found he had even less idea of how we were to reach the desired spot than I had myself. Other natives gave me directions, but that day was too far spent for such a journey, and I therefore made my pretended guide travel with me the next day for nothing, as a punishment for his lying. Following up a stream back of the settlement, we took a minor valley to the south, and discovered a narrow path by which the Batas sometimes come down from the interior. This led up through a thick forest to a large place where that people had partially cleared the land by burning down the trees. In the irregular spaces between the stumps they had planted pineapples and yams, which were both thriving remarkably well. When we had gained that place I found the desired peak still above us. My attendant now begged me not to attempt to reach it, less, as I afterward learned, from his fear of the Batas than from his fear of the evil spirit who is said to inhabit that high point, and whom he believed we should certainly meet. But we gained the summit without meeting any unearthly intruders. There I found the whole bay and its shores spread out before me like a map. The broad coral banks bordering several of the points and islands were of a light clay color in the dark blue water, which was only here and there ruffled by the light morning breezes then moving over its limpid surface. This bay is said to closely resemble the Bay of Rio de Janeiro by those who have seen both. To the north it has a long arm, but on the south its boundary is sharply defined when viewed from the lofty point where I stood, while off the mouth of the bay was the high island of Menzala, its hills making a sharply serrated line against the sky. On another occasion I made an excursion in a boat some 6 miles toward the northern end of the bay to look at some layers of coal. Leaving the boat we went a short distance up the side of a range of hills on the northwest side of the bay, and, crossing 2 small ridges that ran down to the shore, found the bed of a brook, which at that season was dry. In one of its sides were seen the layers of coal, approximately parallel to the surface of the hills, and resting on clay schists, to which they appeared perfectly conformable. Crossing another low ridge, we came down into the bed of another brook, where the same strata were again seen. The coal here is very impure, except near the middle layers, and appears to be of little commercial value, neither is the prospect flattering for finding other strata of a better quality beneath those seen at the surface. Although I looked carefully, I could detect no leaves or stems of plants, or any organic remains, by which the geological age of this coal could be determined, but the position of the layers parallel to the surface, or last folding the strata have undergone, agrees with its mineral characters in placing it, like the other coals of Sumatra, in the tertiary period. As I came to Sibaga from the south, over the lowland around the bay, I noticed on my right a high, perpendicular cliff composed of recent strata that were horizontal, and which must have been deposited beneath the ocean, because the opposite side of the valley is open to the sea, with only hills at intervals along its shore, and even their forms indicate that they are of the same sedimentary origin. This cliff the natives call in Malay the Rumah Satan, or the Devil's Dwelling. It was on the western declivity of the mountains which sweep round parallel to the shore. The resident gave orders to the Raja of Sibuluan, a native village about 4 miles south of Sibaga, to go with me and show me the way. When I came to that village I found the Raja was a young man, and evidently afraid of such an undertaking. In the first place, we must be exposed to the cannibal Batas, and even travel among them, but I assured him that, so far from making me desire to turn back, only made me the more anxious to go on, for I liked to see all kinds of people, and I had no fear that the Batas would eat me. Finding he could not induce me to give up what he evidently considered a most venturesome journey, he summoned the largest man in his kampung and armed him with a long, rusty sword. Several others were also ordered to accompany us, though the Raja seemed to rely chiefly on the brave who carried his arms. As for me, the only weapon with which I was provided was a pocket knife, but I think now that I underrated the danger then, and that if I were going on the same excursion again I should take a revolver at least. From Sibuluan our course was along a large stream. Soon we came to a Bata village, where a cupola and 2 men joined us, to act as our guides and also to increase my bodyguard, which, even then, would have been far from formidable if any real danger had presented itself, and they had had a good opportunity to run away. The rough path that we were following came to a stream which I was compelled to wade, and found so deep that it rose to my arms. Besides, the current was so strong that I was glad to have the assistance of a native on either side. The sand and sharp gravel were thus washed into my shoes, and as I learned we should have to cross that stream some 10 times, for such a road do these wild cannibals use, I quickly prepared myself to go barefoot. We had now come into a deep gorge, the sun poured down his most scorching rays, the rocks and sand were so hot that it seemed they would blister my feet, and even the Malays complained. The next ford was just above a series of rapids. I was clad in a suit of blue flannel, which absorbed so much water that I found I was in great danger of being swept away by the torrent. I concluded that I had better adopt the costumes of the Malays. The Raja wore a new pair of chilanas, of the prevailing pattern, made in Achin. They are short-legged trousers, fastened at the waist and reaching nearly to the knee. I proposed that we exchange, but he declined to do that, and insisted on my keeping possession of my own habit, and using the article I desired, and in that costume I traveled till I came back to his village. In one place the torrent rolled up against a high precipice, but there chanced to be a horizontal crevice some distance above the water, and there, where scarcely a monkey would think of venturing, we were obliged to crawl along as best we could. This danger past, we had to cross back and forth over rapids by leaping from rock to rock, some of which were above and some just beneath the surface of the boiling torrent. Then we came to an area of high grass. The tall native, in accordance with the Raja's orders, marching ahead with the sword grasped in his right hand, and its naked, rusty blade resting on his bare arm, was, indeed, the personification of bravery, but, as I had little faith in the necessity of such a doughty warrior, I began to ridicule his appearance to the Raja, when suddenly our brave gave an ugly nasal grunt, and, brandishing his sword high over his head, brought it down with a heavy cutting stroke on some object in front of him. "What is the matter?" every one asked. A great snake was crossing the road, an agreeable thing to hear, considering that I had no clothing on below the knee, but, while he was flourishing his weapon and getting ready to strike, the reptile had glided away in the tall grass. The Raja now showed me a spot by the wayside where a Bada, who had been guilty of adultery, had been killed and eaten by his fellows not long before. All the others in the party confirmed the story in every particular. A little farther on was a Bada village consisting of 4 houses on high posts. One was small and stood apart from the others, and in that they stored their rice. To prevent the mice from reaching it, large projecting pieces of planks were placed on the tops of the posts. The walls, floor, and gable ends of the dwelling houses were made of plank, and the roof was a thatching of grass or straw. Having some curiosity to see the internal arrangements of a Bada house, I climbed up a ladder of 5 or 6 rounds at one end of the building, and took a place assigned me on the floor. There was no bench nor stool, nor anything of the kind, so, according to Bada etiquette, I rested my back against the side of the house. The whole building was in one room, without a shadow of any partition. From the number of the inmates, I saw that probably 4 families dwelt in this single apartment, and this suspicion was strengthened when I noticed a rude fireplace, without any chimney, in each corner. On inquiry, I was informed that my conjectures were true. "But how do you know," I asked, "what part belongs to one family and what to another? Where is your partition?" One of them, who could understand a little Malay, gravely rose, and, coming to my side in answer to my query, pointed to a crack in the floor. From this place the Raja had said I could obtain an unobstructed view of the cliff, but when we arrived there a neighboring hill completely hid it from view. He then excused himself by saying that he had never been there before, and, When I informed him that I must go on until I could see it perfectly, the tears actually stood in his eyes from fear, he was so certain we should meet with the evil spirit. One of the Bhattas, who knew the way, offered to be my guide, and I released the Raja from the resident's order to accompany me as far as I wished to go, and continued on, for I had no fear of meeting Apollyon in the next valley. Two sections at right angles showed that the strata of this cliff were nearly horizontal, and composed of a light-colored clay, containing many coarse crystals of quartz. These materials had recently been formed by the decomposition of the adjoining cyanitic rocks, and had been arranged into layers by the action of water. The height to the top of the cliff from the bed of the brook I judged to be 800 feet, and that is at least 50 feet above the level of the sea, making the whole elevation which this part of the island has recently undergone to be 850 feet. When we returned to the Bhatta village, the Raja seemed greatly relieved, for he declared that he believed he should never see us again. Such are the superstitious terrors that constantly torture the imaginations of these ignorant people. On our return, a heavy rain set in, which completely drenched us and swelled the brook. Again and again the strong current came near sweeping us off the slippery rocks, while the lightning flashed in broad sheets and the thunders echoed and re-echoed in the deep ravine. The Malays who formed my guard then began to discuss in an undertone, without thinking that I overheard them, whether the evil spirit would not, after all, bring some dreadful misfortune on the white gentleman for daring to visit his abode. One suggested that the Bhattas might yet capture him on one of his dangerous excursions. Another said he would probably have an attack of fever, which I confess I myself considered probable, for after such exposure to the hot sun, and such a drenching, any man, even a native, is likely to find a keen burning in his veins the next morning. The Raja, however, replied to these unfavorable suggestions, that Tuan Allah would take pity on him, and not allow even the rain to harm him, for he was a good man, and it could not be very wicked in any one simply to go and see where the evil spirit lived. My feet and ankles had become so bruised from treading on the rough rocks in the bed of the torrent, and so cut from walking through the tall grass, that as soon as I reached my room I went to bed, and did not rise for 30 hours, but the Raja's predictions proved true, and I escaped without even an attack of fever. A few days afterward, a Raja came from his village on the coast near Barus, or Baros, a small port about 30 miles toward Achin. He said that some neighboring Bhattas had taken 2 of his men, and had already eaten one of them, and were keeping the other to eat him also, and that he came to Sibaga to ask the resident that soldiers be sent to compel those cannibals to deliver up their intended victim. Such a request, of course, it was not possible for the resident to grant, however much he might wish to do so, for the whole country is extremely mountainous, and covered with a dense, impenetrable forest, and the moment these Bhattas have finished their attack, they instantly retreat into the interior without allowing the Dutch the possibility of punishing them, except by subjugating the entire country, and that would be a work of the greatest difficulty, and one that would require much time and money, and bring no adequate recompense. It is such a common thing for the foreigners here at Sibaga to hear that one or more natives have been eaten in the neighboring mountains, that no one thinks of speaking of it as anything strange or even incredible. In the Silindong Valley 2 missionaries have been living for some time, trying to educate and convert the Bhattas. I met one of them with his bride at the governor's residence when I arrived at Padang. The lady had arrived but a short time before from Holland, and they were just then starting on their wedding tour to their future residence among the cannibals. The other missionary is now at this village, and I have just been present at his wedding. His wife is a young lady of not more than 17 summers, and what is stranger than all in both of these matches is, that neither of these gentlemen had seen his betrothed before she arrived, except in a miniature, which of course might or might not be a good likeness. It may relieve the curious for me to state that all parties are entirely satisfied. This missionary tells me that he knew of a Bada who had been guilty of stealing an article of only very little value according to their ideas of wealth, yet he was seized, his arms extended at full length and fastened to a bamboo, a sharpened prop placed under his chin, so that he could not move his head, and in this condition he was bound fast to a tree. The knife was then handed to the native who had lost the article, and he was ordered to step forward and cut out of the living man what piece he preferred. This he did promptly. The Raja took the second choice, and then the people finished the cold-blooded butchery, and thus their victim died. This revolting feast, he assures me, took place but a short distance from the village where he resides. How any lady can think of going to live among such dangers I cannot conceive, but Madame Pfeiffer, according to her account, went considerably farther than the place where these missionaries reside, and even reached the northern end of the Silindong Valley, but I am assured here, and she states nearly the same thing in her book, that the Badas only permitted her to return because they regarded her as a witch. 3 years after she performed that journey, 3 French priests were butchered and devoured, before they had come near to the farthest place she had reached alone. No Malay would have ever escaped who had gone so far into their country. A native of the island of Nias. The parts that are esteemed the greatest delicacies are the palms of the hands, and, after them, the eyes. As soon as a piece is cut out it is dipped, still warm and steaming, in sambal, a common condiment, composed of red or chili peppers and a few grains of coarse salt, ground up between 2 flat stones. Formerly it appears to have been the custom to broil the human flesh, for Mr. Marsden states that, in December, 1780, a native of Nias, who stabbed a Bada at Batang Taro, the river I crossed on the suspension bridge, was seized at 6 one morning, and, without any judicial process, was tied to a stake, cut in pieces with the utmost eagerness while yet alive, and eaten upon the spot, partly broiled, but mostly raw. It is probably on account of the difficulty of penetrating their inland and elevated country, and from the natural ferocity of these people, that the Mohammedan priests of the neighboring country of Minangkabau have failed to induce the Badas to adopt their religion. The first white men who went up far into the interior appear to have been Mr. Ward and Mr. Burton, 2 English missionaries, about the year 1820. They started from this place, and reached the Silindong Valley. Their object was to reach Lake Toba, but they were only obliged to return on account of their becoming seriously ill. The kindly manner in which they were treated is very different from the reception all other white men have received at the hands of these cannibals. It appears that the next white men who went up into the interior of this country were 2 American missionaries, Henry Lyman and Samuel Munson, graduates of Amherst College, and natives of Massachusetts. In 1835 they sailed from Batavia to Padang, and thence came directly up the coast to the Batu Islands, Pulau Nias, and this bay. From this village they went up into the interior toward Lake Toba, and when about 50 miles distant they were attacked and killed by the Badas. Considering the friendly reception given the former missionaries, I do not think this journey promised such an unhappy issue. The Badas certainly do not eat human flesh for lack of food, nor wholly to satisfy revenge, but chiefly to gratify their appetites. The governor at Padang informed me that these people gave him this odd origin of their cannibal customs. Many years ago one of their Rajas committed a great crime, and it was evident to all that, exalted as he was, he ought to be punished, but no one would take upon himself the responsibility to punish a prince. After much consultation they at last hit upon the happy idea that he should be put to death, but they would all eat a piece of his body, and in this way all would share in punishing him. During this feast each one, to his astonishment, found the portion assigned him a most palatable morsel, and they all agreed that whenever another convict was to be put to death they would allow themselves to gratify their appetites again in the same manner, and thus arose the custom which has been handed down from one generation to another till the present day. For many years after the discovery of a passage to the east by sea, pepper formed the principal article of trade, and even Vasco da Gama, who made this great discovery, appears not to have been satisfied with the results and prospects of his voyage until he had fully loaded his ships with it. At that time it was worth about 75 cents per pound in Europe. For a century afterward, so completely was this trade monopolized by the Portuguese and Dutch governments, that it constantly commanded even a higher price. Except salt, perhaps no other condiment is so universally used, and yet the natives, who cultivate it for the rest of the world, never use it themselves, just as we have already seen is the case with those Malays who raise cloves and nutmeg and mace. It was used by the Romans more than 2,000 years ago, and Pliny is surprised that people should go all the way to India to obtain a condiment that had nothing to recommend it but its pungency, amaritudo. In the early part of the century a very considerable trade in pepper was carried on by American vessels, chiefly from Boston and Salem, with this island, especially between this place and Achin, a region generally known to our sailors as the Pepper Coast. Serious troubles often arose between their crews and the natives, and in 1830 nearly all the officers and crew of the ship Friendship, of Salem, were overpowered and murdered but a little farther north. The region where the pepper vine is now mostly cultivated is south of Palembang, on the banks of the river Agan. In the archipelago it does not grow wild, and is only cultivated on Sumatra and a few of the Philippines. Its Javanese name, Marisha, is pure Sanskrit, and this as well as its distribution indicates that it was introduced from India. Here, at Tapanuli, are many natives of Achin, and their darker color and greater stature at once mark them as another people, and indicate that they are the descendants of natives of India and Malays, and this is completely in accordance with what we know of their history. The village of Achin is situated at the northwestern extremity of the island, on a small river 2 miles from where it empties into a bay, which is well sheltered by islands from the wind and sea in all seasons. On account of its good roadstead, and its being the nearest point to India in the whole archipelago, Achin appears to have been, for ages before the arrival of Europeans, the great mart for the Telangana traders from the eastern shores of the southern part of India. There they brought cotton fabrics, salt, and opium, and obtained in exchange tin, gold, pepper, cloves, nutmegs, mace, betel nuts, sulfur, camphor, and benzoin. When the Portuguese first arrived, in 1509, under Sequeira, at the neighboring city of Petir, Achin was tributary to that city, but in 1521 an energetic prince came to the throne. In 18 years he had conquered all the neighboring kingdoms, and his city became the great commercial emporium for all the western part of the archipelago. This prosperity it continued to enjoy for 150 years. Its fame even reached Europe, and the proudest sovereigns were anxious to obtain the favor of the king of Achin, and make commercial treaties with him. Here the English first appeared, in 1602, under Sir James Lancaster, who commanded a squadron of 4 ships, and was furnished with a letter from Queen Elizabeth LIII to the king, who had been a fisherman, and had only obtained the throne by murdering the prince who would have lawfully inherited it. Such was the humble appearance of the English in the East 2 centuries and a half ago. Little probably could even the far-seeing queen herself have imagined that one of her successors should reign over the 150 millions of Hindustan, that her eastern merchants would soon give up the trade in pepper with Sumatra, and in spices with the Moluccas, for the far more lucrative commerce in silks and teas with China, and especially that to the then unexplored continent of Australia citizens of her own kingdom would migrate, and there lay the foundation of the most enterprising, flourishing, and, what promises to be within the next century, the greatest power in all the East. When we started from Padang, it was planned that a man of war should come to Sibaga and take us back, but we have been obliged to wait here 10 days, and now she has come only to take the Resident, and go to Sinkel, the farthest point up the coast held by the Dutch. The captain of the steamer on which I came from Surabaya to Batavia, however, has chanced to arrive in a little prague, in which he has been visiting several places along the coast for the purpose of ascertaining the facilities for obtaining timber to be used in constructing some government buildings at Padang. He is now on the point of sailing to the Batu Islands and thence to Padang, and proposes that I share the dangers of such a voyage in his little boat, an offer which I gladly accept, but Mr. Tervely, the inspector, prefers to wait for the return of the steamship. Our boat is about 30 feet long by 8 broad, and instead of being covered by a flat deck, has a steep roof, which descends on either side to the railing like the Javanese junks. Aft, where the tiller sweeps round, the deck is horizontal, but, as the stern is nearly as sharply pointed as the bow, there is little room to sit. We have one mast, with a large, tattered mainsail and 2 jibs. At midnight there was a little breeze from the land and we weighed anchor and stood to sea. In the morning we found ourselves becalmed about 5 miles from Tunkusnasai, a sharp, conical island, which forms the southern extremity of Tapanuli Bay. Somewhat more to the west was the high plateau-like island of Menzala. On its northwestern shore there is a waterfall, where the water leaps down some 200 feet directly into the sea. It is so high that when I was at Sibaga, people who have been at Barus assured me they have been able to see it when the sun shone on it, though the distance is some 16 miles. At sunset we were so far down the coast that it was time for us to change our course to the south if we would visit the Batu Islands. Our Malay captain was anxious that we should keep on our course to Padang. My friend said he cared very little to go to those islands, and when I looked at the ragged mainsail and realized that it would probably disappear in a moment if a heavy squall chanced to strike us, I gave my vote to continue on near the shore. Besides, the sky looked threatening, and we were evidently in a miserable vessel to live out a fresh gale and a heavy sea. Near midnight I was aroused by our boat pitching and rolling heavily, and the captain shouting out to his Malay crew all sorts of orders in rapid succession. Soon he came down to inform us, in the most trembling tones, it was so dark that it was not possible to see anything, and in a few moments we should all be drowned. I hurried on deck, more from a habit of always wishing to see what is going to happen, than from fear. A thick, black mass of clouds was rolling up from seaward and spreading over the sky with alarming rapidity. The mainsail was taken in and only the mainjib was set, when the first gust struck us. Immediately, as if rolled over by a gigantic hand, our boat careened until her lee rail was completely under water, and I thought, for a moment, she would certainly capsize. The mainjib burst into ribbons, and at last we righted. The flying jib was then set, when she came near upsetting again. We were then only about a mile from the land, and the wind was directly on shore, so that it was impossible to save ourselves by running before it. Nothing could be done to keep off the rocks excepting to heave to and trust to our anchor. All the cable possible was paid out, and yet the tempest continued to drive us toward the land. Another gust came, and as the lightning flashed I could see that we were not half a mile from a high island with precipitous shores, encircled by a coral reef, where the heavy swell rolling directly in from the ocean was breaking apparently 12 or 15 feet high. I knew that at the rate we were drifting we must strike on it in 15 minutes, and that to a certainty our frail boat would be broken into fragments in an instant. There was no possibility of escape, for the most expert swimmer could not possibly have saved himself in such a frightful surf. I coolly concluded that that would be the last of my dangers and resigned myself to my fate. Soon, however, the horizon became somewhat clearer, and, better than all, our anchor had evidently struck into good holding ground and was keeping us from drifting. In an hour more the tempest was over, though the heavy swell continued to roll in as before. In the morning we found ourselves not far from Ayar Bangis, and put in there while our crew mended the sails. This is the port to which the coffee raised in the valley of Rao, in the interior, is brought down, to be hence shipped in Pras to Padang, where it is placed in the government storehouse and sold at auction 4 times a year, viz., in March, June, September, and December. Natal, about 25 miles north of here, is the chief port to which is brought the valuable coffee raised in the fertile valley of Mondeling, of which Fort Ilaut is the capital. All this part of Sumatra abounds in very valuable timber, and the resident here showed us some magnificent logs which his natives are sawing into planks. If we had such timber in our country we would use it for the nicest kinds of veneering. As the storm continued, we remained for a day among the islands off Ayar Bangis. They are mostly low, and nearly all composed of coral rock. The natives live on fish and the cocoa nuts which they raise in great numbers on these low coral islands. The chief value of the cocoa nuts here, as in the eastern part of the archipelago, is for the oil they yield. Considerable quantities of that article are brought to Padang from these, the Batu and other islands off this part of Sumatra. At sunset, next day, we were near Pasaman, a small place on the coast, west of the lofty peak of Ophir. Thousands of small, fleecy cumuli at that time covered the sky, and, as the sun neared the horizon, all these clouds were changed into the brightest gold. Indeed, the whole sky seemed literally paved with small blocks of gold, most of which were bordered with a narrow margin of purple. One end of this great arch seemed to rest on the distant horizon, the other on the crests of the lofty mountains east of us, but especially on the top of Mount Ophir, whose western side was lighted up with tints of gold and purple of surpassing richness. All this glorious display in the heavens was so perfectly repeated, even to the minutest details, on the calm sea, that it was difficult to tell which to admire more, the sky or the ocean. Of all the rich sunsets I enjoyed while in the tropical East, this was by far the most magnificent, and never did I imagine it was possible for any one, while here on earth, to behold a scene that would so nearly approach the splendor of the celestial city, described in the apocalyptic vision as being of pure gold, like unto clear glass. The next morning we were near Tiku, a village at the mouth of the small stream that flows out from the lake in the bottom of the great crater of Manindayu. The circular mountain range which forms the walls of this great crater was clearly seen, and the deep rent through it, by which the waters collected in the bottom of the crater find a passage out to the sea. 20 miles south of Tiku is Priaman, the place to which most of the coffee from the Minangkabau, or, as the Dutch prefer to call it, the Padang Plateau, is brought to be sent in Pras to Padang. On the evening of the 5th day the Appenberg, on Ape Hill, which marks the approach to Padang, and the shipping in the road, nearby, were in full view. One large and very fine ship was flying the American ensign. In a few hours more I found myself again in the palace of the governor, and thus the expedition through the land of cannibals was safely over. The American ship was owned by one of the largest and most enterprising firms in Boston. Her captain and his lady were on shore, and I soon hurried to their boarding place, and, at once, we almost felt ourselves back in New England, and forgot that we were far from America, in a land of palms, and of one long, endless summer. The chief article exported from this place to the United States is coffee. It is a very variable crop. During the last 9 years it has varied in quantity from 6,000 pickles, 800,000 pounds, in 1857, to 72,000 pickles, 9,600,000 pounds, In 1858-54 the King's birthday, the great national holiday with the Dutch, now occurred. In the morning there was a grand parade on the lawn, in front of the governor's palace, of all the European and native troops, numbering in all some 4,000 or 5,000, but many others are stationed in small bodies at various places in the interior. They were organized in battalions on the French plan, and their appearance and maneuvering were very creditable. There was a small mounted force, much like our flying artillery. This, I was informed, proved to be one of the most efficient parts of the army in their contests with the natives, the paths in the interior always being so narrow and so extremely uneven that only very light cannon can be brought into use. After the parade the governor, as the representative of the king, received the congratulations of all the officials in that region. The day ended with a grand ball, to which, I may add, the mestizo belles were not only invited, but came and took as prominent a part as the ladies who had the envied fortune to be born in Europe. At every little post the highest official receives the congratulations of his brother officers in similar manner, and all are required to appear in full dress with cocked hats. After having served in our own gigantic war, wear a sash, a pair of small shoulder straps, a few bright buttons, and a gold cord round a slouched hat, were sufficient to indicate the rank of even a major general. I was quite dazzled by the brilliant uniforms of even the most petty officials in the Dutch service. The army officers wear epaulettes, and broad bands of gold lace on the pantaloons, collars, and cuffs. The backs of their coats are figured over in the most extravagant fashion. The civil officers present a similar gaudy display in silver. The object of all this is to impress the natives with a high idea of the wealth and power of the Dutch government, and of the great dignity of those who are honored by being selected to administer it, and exactly these ideas are conveyed to the minds of the natives by such displays. Their own rajas and princes never appear in public without making the most dazzling show possible, and the mass of the people, therefore, have come to think that their rulers must be weak and poor, and even more worthy of their contempt than their respect, if they do not make a most imposing appearance on all great occasions. Chapter 15. The Padang Plateau. As I had seen only a small portion of the Padangsk Bovenlanden, or Padang Plateau, I again set off for the interior, following the same route that I had taken before, namely, north, over lowlands to the left of the Barazan chain. As the governor's American had not arrived from Sabaga, he kindly borrowed for me a bendi, that is, a small, heavy, two-wheeled chaise. He gave me an order allowing me to use 2 horses if I pleased, and, by the time I had traveled 20 miles, I was glad to avail myself of the privilege. A bamboo was fastened across the thills and allowed to project 4 or 5 feet on one side, and the additional horse was then placed beside the other, the usual mode of driving tandem in this country. To complete the odd style of harnessing these half-tamed steeds, the natives arranged the reins so that I was obliged to hold 2 in the left hand and but 1 in the right. The result was, that the outer horse was as loose as those harnessed in a similar manner in Russia, and altogether beyond my control. Whenever we came to a slight descent, he would always spring into a full gallop, and the one in the thills would follow his example. Then came a few severe shocks against the large stones in the road, and we found ourselves at the bottom of the hill. One time the shocks were so severe that my footman, who had a seat behind, and a good place to hold on with both hands, was missing when I reached the bottom of the hill, and, on looking round, I found the bendi had flung him off some distance upon the rough stones. When we reached Keutanum, thick clouds, that had been gathering on the adjacent lofty peaks, rolled down and poured out a perfect flood of rain. The drops were so large, and fell with such momentum, that it seemed like standing under a heavy shower bath. The lightning gleamed as it only does in tropical lands, and the thunder roared as if the great Barazan chain on my right was splitting open again, and forming another immense cleft. I was wondering that my horses were not frightened amid such terrific peals, when suddenly a piercing flash dazzled my eyes, and the same instant came a sharp crash like the sudden breaking of 1,000 heavy timbers, and for a moment I was quite bewildered. Both horses reared until they nearly stood on their hind feet, and then plunged forward in a perfect state of fright. The road there chanced to be straight, and I let them go at the top of their speed for a mile or two, when they again became somewhat manageable, and in this way we flew along high up the side of a great ravine and came into the deep cleft. Ascending the canon, we came to Padang Panjang, and the next day to Fort de Kock. The waterfall opposite where we entered the cleft was considerably swollen by the heavy rains, and a small stream, separate from the main fall, was shooting over the high edge of the precipice. On a steep declivity nearby, a small stream had coursed part way down, completely hidden from view by the thick sheet of vegetation that covered the rocks, until, striking some obstacle, it flew off into the air in a great jet, which appeared to come out of the solid rock. From Fort de Kock my course was nearly west, a day's ride to Payakumbuh. At first the road led over a level or slightly undulating land which abounds in villages, and is highly cultivated. A number of small streams that rise on the northern flanks of the Great Merapi, flow northward across the plain, and then turn to the east and join to form the Batang Agam. 9 miles out we came to a range of jagged hills, the scanty soil on their sides only serving to make their sharp, projecting rocks more conspicuous and unsightly, like a tattered garment thrown over a skeleton. This rock I found to be a highly crystalline marble of a blue color, completely split up by joints and fissures into cubical blocks, whose outer surfaces have everywhere become greatly roughened by the action of rain and heat. Subsequently I had an opportunity of learning that it makes a very valuable kind of white lime. We presently found ourselves descending into a beautiful valley, through which the Agam, already a considerable stream, courses rapidly along. The road immediately approached its banks, crossed it over a high stone bridge, and then ran along a narrow terrace cut in a high precipice of the limestone cliff, whose feet were bathed in the small river. On the level land and hills in this region, the only rock which outcropped was a red sandstone, composed of strata that have been considerably plicated in many places, but they are evidently of a recent formation and unconformable to the older crystalline limestone on which they rest. Passing the Merapi, we rode down a gradually descending plain that lies on the north of Mount Sago. Early in the afternoon we came to Payakumbuh, where an assistant resident is stationed. His residence is the finest building I have seen in Sumatra. He greeted me kindly, and introduced me to the assistant resident stationed at Fort Vander Kapelan, the next chief place I was designing to visit. Thus I found a pleasant companion, and one who could explain the peculiarities of the country I should see during the next 2 days. April 2d rode from Payakumbuh to Bua with the resident of this district. A short distance from Payakumbuh we crossed a large and very beautiful stone bridge that had been planned and superintended by a government official who had never received the slightest training in architecture. Our course was nearly southwest, and the road slowly ascended, for we were really coming upon the flanks of Mount Sago. It then changes to the east, and again to the south, as we made a circuit round the eastern side of the mountain. This part of the road was built on a steep acclivity, that descended to the deep valley of the Sinamu on our left. The higher hills on the opposite side of the valley are probably of limestone. When we came round to the south side of Mount Sago, before us lay the charming valley of Bua, perhaps the most beautiful valley in Sumatra. On our left was a range of hundreds of sharp peaks, a continuation of the limestone chain noticed yesterday between Fort de Kock and Payakumbuh. Near their feet is the Sinamu, now a small river, flowing away to the southeast. At Payacambo the stream flows to the southeast, which is its general course for about 25 miles after it passes Mount Sago. It then changes to the east, and is known as the Indragiri. It is a fair sample of the tortuous course of all the streams in the mountainous parts of Sumatra. They wind to and fro so abruptly, that sometimes the traveler comes to the banks of a river without suspecting for a moment that it is the very one which he was following in a wholly different direction the day before. The only way it is possible to realize the irregularities of these streams, is to examine a map of this region on a very large scale. On our left was another high range walling in the narrow valley, the bottom of which curves gradually upward as it approaches either side. The level parts of the valley are all changed into beautiful sawas, which are now filled with young rice blades of a bright green. Riding down the valley for 4 or 5 miles, we came to the controller's house at Bua. It is situated near the west side of the valley, facing the north. Thick clouds, that had been hiding the top of Mount Sago, now vanished into pure air, and the old crater walls came grandly into view. They are so deeply notched on the southern side, that I could look directly up into the crater from the controller's residence in the valley. The sharp limestone needles, on the east side of the valley, also were more distinct. They were only 3 miles away, and yet I counted no less than 20 separate peaks in a straight line, at right angles with my vision, in 15 degrees along the horizon. Looking up from the village of Bua toward Mount Sago, the view has a charming ideal effect such as one might expect to see in a composite painting, where wonderful details of scenery from different localities are harmoniously combined. April 3d at 6 a.m. went with the controller and Raja, and about 40 natives, to a large cave west of Bua, in the limestone range that forms the western boundary of the valley. Coming to a small stream that flows out of this chain, we followed its course upward, until we found it issuing from beneath a high arch that opened into a large cavern. Here the strata of the limestone were more distinct than I have seen elsewhere. They have a dip of about 20 degrees west, their strike being northwest and southeast, the general direction of the chain. Immediately within the arch the roof of the cave rose into a dome, apparently more than 100 feet high. At the center flocks of swallows had made this their building place, and, disturbed by the smoke of our torches, they made the cavern resound with their sharp chirping. On the walls were many stalactites that closely resembled the luxuriant orchids and parasites of tropical forests, as if nature were here reproducing in stone the wonders of the vegetable kingdom. Across